Hello, Samuel, Hakura, Aura, Argentum, Fractal, Kane, Rest Mode. Jared, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. You got 500 crystals. Let's do all our dailies. Start with our skips. I think the banner does change today, right, chat? I guess we'll wait. We'll wait on that one. Yes, it does. Okay. Hidden Omega and I'm gonna crash out. Hidden Omega Anima. Congrats. Rest mode, you're on thin ice. That's it, you're on thin ice. Oh fuck, I hope it doesn't crack. Hello, Maplasa. Can we kill rest mode? I think it's easy. Hold up, that's my crewmate you're talking about. Back off. Only I'm allowed to say things about my crewmate. Yeah, it says rest mode. You're on thin ice still. And you arrived 1 hour before work. I see my plus set. Oh. Hello, Tay. This is Valena's done, and that was fast. I will walk slowly. You're about to get millied in Ruiner. Does that mean lose? What does that mean? Fight a boss. Are you watching anime? Any anime recently? Yes, we are watching currently in this season. Reincarnated as a slime. Jaduga. We're watching the final season of Bleach, and we're watching Smoking at the Supermarket with You or something. It's something along those lines. And that is what we're watching. Everyone should play Runa. I got filtered by lobotomy. I'm sorry, I can't. Cause you know, Rune is an actual RPG. Co-op. I beat Lobotomy Corporation. Heck, day 49. Yeah, no, I can't play any of the I can't play any of the games in that series because if I played another game and I enjoyed it, I'd be called a LARPer because I never finished Lobotomy. You enjoyed the management thing? I'm sure it's fine. I just couldn't get into the game. Didn't really enjoy it. That's what it was for me. Hello, Suplop. Alright, this is done. Next is Showdown. So the rest of our skips. Hello Minerva, how's it going? Those kinds of people saying you don't like X thing because you didn't play names. I was memeing, by the way, but yeah. No, I don't agree with people like that anyways. I agree with you. Oh, Feluca's done as well. I know plenty of people that skipped lobotomy. I've had hardcore Type of Moon fans tell me, hey, just skip lobotomy. It's not worth it. It was like, just watch a summary video. I've had multiple people just tell me that. Yeah, we got 1K from the Grand Blue Fantasy team. Wows. Oh, that's yesterday's stuff. All right, let's go get our daily. I forget what you can get from this, but crystals, sunlight stone, something. It's not as bad as people say, but it's ridiculous. Oh, it's arduous. Sorry. I don't know where I read ridiculous, but yeah, arduous. Yeah, I've heard it's just tedious. It's the main thing. And I think the gameplay is like divisive. Maybe divisive is not the right word, but like essentially like some people don't find the gameplay enjoyable. And for me, I think I think I just didn't understand it fully to really enjoy it. It almost reminds me of like Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Like when I didn't understand the combat system in that game, it was just sort of boring. Like I didn't get it. But then when you like actually understand the gameplay system, then it's like, oh shit, this is actually really fun. And I don't know if lobotomy is like that either. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that I personally just didn't get it. Would it heal you if Mr. Streamer sparked now? Minerva says, I've been sick. I'm recovering slowly, but surely. What about me? I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, hopefully you recover soon. How have I been? I've been good. A little tired. I watched I went to the IMAX theater as Mr. Nolan intended, and I watched Odyssey last night. Odyssey is one of my favorite mythological stories. So I wanted to watch it. But like the good IMAX seats were like sold out until yesterday, so finally got to watch it. Was it good? It's a very... Okay, calling it an artsy film is not correct, but you know, compared to like mainstream stuff like, I don't know, Spider-Man, it's more of an artsy film, so keep that in mind. What I will say is that I came out of the theater thinking that was nice. 7 out of 10. That's what I thought when I came out. But on the drive home and as I'm going to bed, I'm just thinking about it. And then it went up to like 8 or 9 out of 10. Right, there was just a lot to like unpack and think about afterwards. If that makes sense. It's one of those ones. The pause does not bode well. No, it's more that it's a movie that I think I would appreciate immensely more on a second watch as well. Just because of how my opinion changed over the span of like maybe an hour. Is basically what I'm trying to say. It has the classic Nolan sound, if you guys know what I'm talking about. Which I've never really personally really enjoyed that much, but yeah, it's there. but it doesn't really take away from the film. The sound design in the movie is nuts. Like, the sound design is amazing. I think the weakest point for me is... This is me nitpicking, by the way. I just want to make that clear. I enjoyed the film. If I'm finding nitpicks, it would be... I think I would lean towards some of the writing. Because it's set in ancient Greece, right? But some of the dialogue felt very modern. Like, I'm not expecting, like, Shakespeare, like, English, right? That's not what I want either. But some of it just felt a little slightly out of place. There was, like, a disconnect, I guess. A schism, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, other than that, I really did enjoy the film. Like I said, I'm familiar with the Odyssey, the source material. And, like, adapting that to film... and watching some of those things play out was really cool. It was. A writing problem in a Nolan film? I don't know. I don't feel that way when I watch Inception or when I watch The Prestige or Memento or things like that. Like, at least not in this way is what I'm trying to say. It's really funny that starting a hashtag with a number screwed up on the Twitter side. Yeah. Yeah. They're Saigans had to redo it, right? I was reading recently about the kind of language and mnemonics and Aoidos would use to be able to remember stories. It's fascinating. You really love Nolan film? No, Christopher Nolan is probably my favorite director of the modern age. Yeah, I would say so. I enjoy Christopher Nolan's movies a lot. But yeah, if you haven't watched it, I think I would recommend it. I think it's good. I think all the performances from the actors are really well done. Like, really, really well done. I didn't really watch many trailers going into the film. Pretty much all I saw is that I guess the poster of, like, the huge people, like, just sort of being very imposing upon, like, the crew. That's pretty much all I saw. But yeah. You made some amazing marinated chicken and ruined it by putting too much salt out. It sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I know Sasel. But yeah, I think it really dealt with the Odyssey from a perspective, at least, that I had not considered before. And I think that was really enlightening to me. Oh, enlightening? I don't know. At least really thought-provoking. And that's why, for me, like I said, I came out of the theater thinking, hey, that was a fun movie, 7 out of 10. And then, like, as I thought about it, it was, like, more and more, like, going up. What do I think about a Nolan version of Hercules' Labors? I love Greek mythology. So yeah, I would love to see more modern adaptations of Greek mythology. Oh, and that's something else I want to talk about. I think like the visual stuff was really well done too. And as far as I understand, a lot of this movie was practical. Like even the things that you might think was CGI was actually practical, and I think that really comes across. Like the movie looked good. You heard it was all practical. I would imagine if that's true, it's probably like everything is based off practical effects, which yeah, like I said, I can see that at least. Like I'm sure things are always touched up by VFX, like why would it not be? But it doesn't make sense that it's not. But yeah, like it's all, everything is grounded. Like one of the worst things of VFX that I've seen recently is like from the Captain America movie with Indiana Jones in it. And like there's a scene towards the end, it's just like, what the fuck are you guys doing here? Like this just looks awful. Like what is this? Like, I'm like, I'm not expecting Marvel movies to not have CGI, but like I'm expecting it to at least look good, you know. Yeah, you can tell it's not a green screen movie. That's the thing. And like there are some parts of the movie which are very like tense, almost on like a horror scale. And like Nolan's not really a horror director, but it did well. There was 100% CGI. If there wasn't CGI, that would be like just dumb. Like why would they not be, right? You would use CGI to touch up on some things, add some extra effects. Like it would be just not using all your tools available if you're not using it. But it's a difference between like making it all CGI and making it like 80% practical, you know. How's the movie? I was just talking about it. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It's interesting because I came out of the theater. I was like, I enjoyed this. It was a 7 out of 10. But on the drive home and like within the hour when I was getting ready for bed and things like that, my opinion, as I thought about it more and more, went up. So now I'm on like a 9 out of 10. There's just like a lot to unpack, and I thought it's very thought provoking. Like, and I'm familiar with the Odyssey source material, so and it approaches it from a very different perspective, one that I had never considered, right? And I thought that was done brilliantly after I thought about it a bit more. Mario Odyssey, yeah. No. Also, I think it, like, the Odyssey takes place after the Trojan War, and it shows the important parts of the Trojan War in this film, and I think that depiction is like one of the best I've seen. Also, I was muted. I don't know how long I was muted for. It's a 3-hour movie. Yeah, I went into the theater 9. The movie was scheduled to start at 9, but that includes trailers, and I was out of the film. I was out of the movie theater by 12:30. Chat, was I muted when I talked about the Trojan War part? No. Okay, good. Listen to the score. Who was the composer? I'm blanking on the name. Google it. I forgot. You muted after that. Got it. Hello, Jenko. Yes, with the stars and us. Hello, I guess. But yeah, good film. Not like we're nitpicking here once again, but not my favorite Nolan film, but still incredibly enjoyable and probably a Nolan film that I'm thinking about the most afterwards. Like I said, I think my opinions on this will change drastically on a second watch as well, is the other thing. Like in a good way. You think it's his best film yet? I think I can see myself thinking that in like 6 months' time. Yeah, you missed it, I guess, but I was saying I watched it last night, right? I watched it last night, and I was saying I came out of the theater thinking, hey, that was fine, like 7 out of 10. And then by the time I got home, within an hour, I was saying like 8 or 9 out of 10. As I just thought about the movie more and more. Zendaya's in it everything. Yeah. She's also scheduled to be in June Part 3. I haven't watched any of the June movies, by the way. I haven't read June either, so I was planning on watching them after they all came out. Okay, but his movie's irrelevant because Spider-Man did more. I did watch Spider-Man. Spider-Man was fun. I had to watch Far From Home and No Way Home to be caught up. Yeah, you definitely need the other movies for that one. Oh, you didn't like Homecoming that much, I see. Did you enjoy the other ones then? I'm curious. You like Far From Home the best. Is that the most recent one? I honestly don't know the names. Or is that the one where... No, it's not the most recent one. Far From Home is 2. Okay, okay. 3 is very memorable for... I mean, it's an old movie, so I guess talking about it isn't too spoilery, but 3 is very memorable for probably reasons that anybody who's watched will understand. And then the most recent one is the 4th one, right? It's the second one in Europe. Yeah, okay. You haven't watched Brand New Day yet, right? Okay. Might go see it. I recommend it. It was fun. If you enjoy like what I said when I watched it last week was, if you enjoyed the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, then you'll probably like this one. Honestly, like Homecoming, I think is the weakest one. Personally, looking back on it, like I enjoyed Homecoming, but I think it's the weakest out of the bunch. But yeah, if you enjoyed the Holland Spider-Man movies at all, you'll enjoy this new one. Homecoming was the first movie in your life. Wait, what? I guess how young are you? Read that again. Homecoming is the first movie in my life. Wait, Homecoming is the first movie in my life. I forgot I even watched. Oh, okay. All right, I get it. No, the bottom was cut off originally. No, chat. Okay, I have to defend myself here a bit. You can't. Okay, so when a new sentence pops up, this app here has a bug. This combines YouTube and Twitch chat. Okay, it has a bug sometimes, and if you send a multi-line message, it just shows the first line. It goes like this. It doesn't show the pause because it's the newest message. And like it's on a different resolution monitor, and it only showed Homecoming is the first movie in my life. Like it showed up to here, basically, because it's a bit wider on this one. It went up to here, and I was like, it was there, and I was like, Oh, for sure. It works. I can't even prove it. Whatever. Whatever. Make a macro that always scrolls down. No. I'm good. Do you guys like the June movies? Question. You haven't seen them yet because you want to read the book first, right? I checked the release date. I think it comes out on the same day as Doomsday. Did your ears also explode during the Odyssey? No, but I thought the sound design was nuts. I did tell chat earlier that it does have the classic Nolan sound. I hadn't watched much trailers going into the film, but I was surprised how many big names were just in this movie. And not just big names, but big names that were there for like in other movies they would be the main character. In this movie they're like character that shows up for like one scene. Robert Pattinson on a streak. They were really good in the movie, yeah. Yeah, Apple Watch had at least 3. Your environment is too loud notifications after you got out of it. My tinnitus didn't flare up during it, so I guess it wasn't as bad as usual. And a Rika. He's in there for like 30 seconds. Did you sit in the freak seat? No, I got pretty good seats. Did you watch it in IMAX? I did. As Mr. Nolan intended exactly. Oopsie, I clicked some buttons accidentally. I watched the trailer for Prime Time. Pattinson as Chris Hansen. It looks like it's going to be really good. The drama earlier this year. Okay, I don't know anything about that. I don't keep up with Hollywood drama at all. Oh, before we move on from Odyssey, I will say, like, earlier I had like very minor nitpicks or criticisms about it. One of them was some of the writing. One other thing was, I don't know, but like, I don't know the actor's name, but there's an Asian guy. And that just stuck out to me. The first, like, when he showed up for the first time, like, it just stuck out. I think he's in Good Doctor. It's that actor, but like, it just stuck out. Like, like, obviously, like, the thing here is like the cast is predominantly white, which isn't accurate either. Like it's a fiction, it's a mythological tale, so it's not meant to be realistic. Like none of the armor, like I'm not worrying about that, but it's just funny to me that in my brain, when like everybody's fucking white except like a couple other people, like right, the film is predominantly white, and then in my brain it's like, oh, there's one Asian guy there, right? I think it's that which makes it stick out. I don't even know. He forgot his last name. No, it's not him. That's the guy from Lost. I'll look it up. One sec. Odyssey Asian actor. Will Yun Lee. That's the one. They're in The Good Doctor. Yep. It was a bit out of place. Yeah, the thing, but yeah, it's funny that it feels out of place when I would argue, like, I don't know the other actor's name, but one of Odysseus's top, like, men, like his right hand man or something, is like, I'm not sure what ethnicity they are, but like, it's funny that the Asian guy sticks out when that guy should also stick out. Like, I don't know. It's just like it's just an observation that I had, I guess. It's funny how my brain works there. Hello, floundering. I agree. It was just the Asian. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like the. I need to look up the actor's name. One sec. Himesh Patel. Yeah, like that guy should also stick out too, to be honest, but he doesn't. Damn, Asian guy can't be in a white movie. I think it's because like maybe just like ethnicity wise, like West slash Europe slash all of this is like maybe grouped into one section in my brain, whereas Asia is just this other part. I don't know. Like I say, I just found it interesting that I thought this way. You think it's the fact that Urolok, I don't know how to pronounce it, but yes, is an actual character, whereas the Asian guy is slightly more visible extra. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It's because he didn't have a beard. You know what? Maybe it's because he didn't have a beard. That could be it. That could be it. Kumu, the honey hive. Mm-hmm. It's a movie called The Drama. Oh, I see. Should I watch that, chat? He bought a Switch 2, gets here next week. Nice. What are you planning to play on it? A Fire Emblem. So many people in chat have been mentioning that they're getting a Switch for Fire Emblem. Watch what? A movie called The Drama. Bonanza looks really fun. I've heard Bonanza's a really good game. You should play Splatoon Raiders. We've been playing Splatoon Raiders recently, I guess. I think it's a great game. Zendaya is in that one as well. Yeah. Oh, that's why the conversation came up. Did you realize all the islands are food anagrams? I was told that they were food puns. The anagrams, I'm not sure about. Do I need to play co-op? No, you can play solo. You can play co-op, you can play solo. There's like a Monster Hunter SOS system in it as well. On stream, I was playing primarily multiplayer. And I thought it was very enjoyable. The Xenoblade series, also good. But there's no new Xenoblade game at the moment. Although they did release the Xenoblade 2 remaster, whatever you want to call it. And I've heard that's quite good. Do I get a Switch too? Aren't you going to wait till Fire Emblem to see if it's a game that you want? They all get one soon, yeah. Zendaya and Pattinson are dating. One finds out something extremely disturbing about their partner and makes it reconsider their marriage. If that sounds interesting to you, it's worth a watch. Okay. Maybe if it's out on streaming, I'll check it out. Yeah, but it has Ursula. Well, I already have a Switch too, so, you know. I get to play upgraded Xenoblade 1 on Switch 2, yeah. Wait, a GTA 6 presentation is premiering on Netflix? What? At 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and then it will be on YouTube at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. What the hell? Yeah, here. Rockstar Games at 3 p.m. ET on Netflix. It will also launch on the YouTube channel and the Grand Theft Auto site at 9 p.m. Yeah, 3 and then 9. I'm fully expecting this game to be a disappointment. I think with how much hype it's getting, it just can't live up to it. I think it's going to be a good game. I don't think it can't be I don't think it can be a bad game, sorry. Like it's like I don't think it can be a bad game, but with how long it's been cooking for and things like that, that raises expectations even without them doing anything. It'll be at minimum 6 out of 10. I think it's going to be better than that. It would have to launch with like serious technical issues for it to go that low, I think. And I don't see that happening. I don't know. Are Rockstar Games technical messes? Like when Red Dead Redemption came out, was that an issue? I don't recall that. On PC it was. Okay. So it might be then. Not on console. Finally, kind 5-star. Next stop is 5th skill and Evoking Solomones. They released their games way later on PC. Oh, it's not on PC at launch. GTA. Ah, okay. You wonder if Raziel's worth a spark? On 3%? I don't think so. I mean, okay, here's the thing. A 3% spark is like, that's a decision you have to make for yourself. It's consoles only, got it. You could Sierra ticket. All of these are like very personal decisions that you have to make for yourself. No one's going to be able to tell you if it's worth it or not. It depends on how much Earth matters to you, also, is the big thing. How's my bingo cards doing? Awful. Okay, we have like one card with potential right now. And get pissed at not being able to do Earth stuff easily. Chat, is Tokon out? Who's playing Tokon? Sony nuked the PC release. I heard that the demo was pretty bad. Okay, I'm looking on Steam now. Yeah, look, mixed reviews, and all of it seems to do with Sony slash the performance, because of, yeah, I heard about this on the demo or what, the beta or whatever it was, where the game's just packed in like DRM into like Sony into like some other thing, and then it just runs poorly because it's wrapped up in so many different things. Have you seen Obsession? No, I haven't. Maki talked about that movie. Should I watch that? It's out, yeah. You don't tend to like horror? Wait, I don't like horror either. Okay, maybe I don't need to watch it. Do you not like horror because most films tend to be bad, or you don't like the horror aspects? I get scared easily. I don't like being scared. I don't like gory things. That's one thing for sure. Horror movies suck. It's all cheap jump scares. It's not that scary. Little in the way of jump scare. Like I don't mind thrillers. I guess. It's a pretty refreshing one, and that's coming from a horror hater. Okay, maybe. Dun, 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 dun. The Witch with Anya Taylor-Joy is another one. Are these all horror movies? On horror, yeah, okay. I see, I see. When am I playing a horror game though? Do I have to? I don't think I need to, right? It's fine. We don't need to. Resident Evil 5 co-op with Omikin. And we're dragging Omikin into the horror game as well. That's zombie games specifically. You don't find most zombie media scary? I don't like zombie stuff, personally. I just find it icky. Hello. Pretty sick 30-minute FE. It's not 30 minutes. Maki, I guess is telling me to watch Obsession. Thank you for the follow. You liked it? I don't like horror movies. Do you think I'd like it? I like psychological thrillers. Is it more psychological thriller than horror? When is Horus going to come? Soon, but it will be a 3% banner. It's kinda not horror. Okay. I think it's why people like it, because it's not your generic horror movie. A generic horror movie is someone entering a hexa with an M1 grid. Chat, have any of you guys played Dragon Sword? How's that? No. You're trying it right now. How is it? How far are you in? Like, how many hours? Is that a gacha? So it's a gacha that they... Oh, sorry. It was initially a gacha that they changed into a single player... Oh, not single player, but like they changed it into not a gacha, basically. And they released it as just a game. Which game? Dragon Sword, I think Awakening is the full name. It's not a gacha. I think Genshin made single. I think there's co-op. I think there's multiplayer. But like, I think essentially it started off with, from what I can see, it looks like it was a Genshin clone that they were going to release as a gacha, but then they pivoted at some point and made it just a single purchase title instead. So it's like a gacha without all the gacha. It was a game that I clicked on that I did not expect to have very positive reviews. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the Steam page right now. Very positive at the moment. Released on the 23rd of July. It's Duet Night Abyss without the hackable launcher? I don't know about that. Actually, like, sorry, what I mean by that is like, I don't know about Duet Night Abyss. It was gacha in Korea. Oh, I see. AI was used for translation of certain in-game dialogue. Ah, okay, so no proper localization is what this means. That explains some of the weird translation stuff, yeah. Is that official Caesar art? I missed it. It's his art too, there you go. All the art on my slideshow is official, by the way. There's no fan stuff there. It's like from official Cygames Media. Top seller in your region. Steam controller. Okay, Steam. Where is mine then? Yeah, where's mine? When someone mentioned, hey, you're probably gonna... I only pre-ordered like a week before you, so I got mine. You'll probably get yours soon, I think. I think we just got cut off. We got pushed to the next batch. Tech got his, yeah. It is what it is. It says my estimated order availability is 2027, so yeah. I just don't get one until next year. It feels like Genshin with the Woowa Concerto swap mechanic when you get enhanced intros. Okay. There was some issues with the publisher in Korea that led to this. I think they also realized they weren't going to make any money if it was released as a gacha. Open world market saturated. It is, yeah. And you can the fact of the matter is, right, you can only have so many open world games that you play simultaneously. And probably most people are like not dropping Genshin or Woowa for a new one, usually, right? And the other thing is, as a new gacha, you just don't have the character roster to back it up either. Like when Genshin has like 50 characters, one of them's probably gonna like, you're probably gonna like at least one of them, but when you launch a game and there's 10 of them, it's more likely that you won't like any of them. One bad patch can literally ruin your entire flow with the current market and how people are extremely critical about gachas, yeah. Not just critical, but very, there's so much tribalism too these days, right? There's apparently September, December windows that we missed too, yep. Yep. I was just too slow in pre-ordering mine. Cap, what if we just buy from scalpers? Smiley face. Sensor Tower PvP is a real thing too, yeah. And it's so dumb, right? I haven't even looked. How much are scalpers selling this thing for? $338 on eBay. Yeah, no thanks. Plus $90 delivery. Yeah, okay, buddy. Good luck with that. For a controller, yeah, fuck scalpers, man. Holy fuck. That's probably USD too. I'm curious. I'm going in. Oh no, it's Australian. Fuck scalpers, man. I already got scalped by a new SSD retail yesterday. I'm good, yeah. What's this munching? Collaboration coming soon. Nikkei and Persona. I guess Makoto. Yukiko, I see. Wait, who else is that? That looks like a Nikkei character. I'm gonna assume that's a Nikkei character. I'm gonna assume that's a Nikkei character. I think that's a Nikkei character too. So I guess Makoto and Yukiko. They really stepped out of the norm. How exciting. It's not P3 Makoto, don't forget. Dun, 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 dun. I have no idea why your Agastya FA fails sometimes. What on earth am I listening to? They teased Al, the character. Oh, they teased all the characters in previous images. Guess the visitor. Guess the visitor. Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool way to do things. In the TV, you can see Yukiko's in, can see the robot on the walkie-talkie, and the motorbike, yeah. Is Yukiko gonna get a gun? Probably. Hope they expand on the moped. I don't think I'll ever return to a shift up game though. Summer stream is so soon, I'm excited. Does the banner reset today? It does, yes. It does reset today, so you can wait for the banner announcement in about an hour and 20-ish minutes to see if it's something you want to wait for. Let's do a Solomonus. I feel like a Solomonus run. Cathedral. And hot springs. Okay. Path up sort of looks stinky. Path down's a whole bunch of crap as well. I don't like either of these. I think we start top and then we work our way down. You haven't done Solomonus in a while. I think that's by design, right? How do you route? I usually try to do a few battles and events into shop. I look for the big events, honestly. That determines my routing a lot of the time. But yeah, having somewhere where you can pivot to a shop is nice. But yeah, big events are what I'm looking out for. The TP place is also decent sometimes. Like I'm looking at this TP and this takes me to this route here, which looks nice. We can also just do battles. If we stay here, there's not much, so I think we TP. There is a shop here. I think we work towards that later though. How is upgrade Odious Grid doing? Is it better than Revans? They do different things. Ew. Okay, we'll take this just in case we get curses. It ended up here. Hi DY, I'm thinking of sparking this banner. Who should I pick? I think if you're asking me that, you already should not be sparking. I did not have 200. I wasn't checking my You know, I should have just kept that. We have the flurry book as well. That was a mistake. I should have. Firstly, we shouldn't have come to the shop with only 192 gold. That was a mistake. I should have clicked Octavia there. We've made a couple misplays this run. That's fine. I want this, but that one's too good. Oh, harp. You. Whatever. At least we get a gun character, I guess. I'll take this. This gives us no benefit at the moment. This is too good. Fuck the goblin. The goblin's such a bad event. Holy. Goblin, god awful event. Don't want anybody. Receive an effect instead. Let me spend turns on money for a chance to reroll my gold books for a healing specs book. More money? Yes, please. I like money. Does MC get every racial bonus by default? Yes. MC counts as other, not in Solomonus multi-tank. That's incorrect. We're talking about in Solomonus at the moment. Resvelga's such a cheater weapon in this. That's my other event. Just those two. It is. You know, I sort of forgot I could call Bubs every turn. And a Nightfire. MC doesn't count for Primal Pals, they do not. Yeah, what Belmont said isn't actually correct, by the way. It's only for like Baja weapons, which is what I think they were referring to. But let's be specific here. Right now, in Solo Monas, they count as the other races. That's what matters. This miasma is going to close in. We have so much money. 1, 2. I don't think that one battle's worth it. Where's Sethlins? I got the Ruber right, but he's not shown up. Let's go around picking up all these events. Absolutely not. Sure. It didn't really do anything. We need battles now, though. It was a buggy for you. I have not had that issue. $67 million. I guess. I cost so many turns too. Oh my god. There's a Kingdom Hearts stream on the 15th of August. Oh, okay. Let's just go kill the boss. We don't need much more power. Sethlins, where are you? I don't believe that's real. It's definitely not real. I clicked it. Nightfire, what the fuck? Chat, please. It's memeing on the GTA one.
せないからね。うわー、お客さんご購入ありがとうございます。買ったこと後悔させないからね。
It's fake, my bad. Oh, all good. It literally says it's fake in the message, and like that image is really bad as well. What's the special CA? I don't understand, sorry. What's special CA? Oh, special CA damage cap? Okay, so basically in the game there exists some hard cap damage values. You saw it just then actually, but essentially, depending on what raid it is, there is either a 6.6 million damage hard cap or a 13.1 million damage hard cap. Special CA cap allows your charge attacks and only charge attacks to go past that number. So for example, in this raid right now, this fight, the hard cap is 13.1 million. So you saw my skills just then do 13.1 mil. It can't actually go over that number. So if I have special CA damage cap and I charge attack, then I can go past 13.1 mil. That's what that means.
これでも必要な騎士なんでね。からくりの出番だね。
Not enough bullets.
頼もしいな。さて、ご飯にしようか。僕の成長見てたよね。
No sounds and no sextant. Two 650. ES really convinced me to finish my bullets today. And I can say I finished making my bullets. Congratulations. Bullets are good, yeah. This song, sure. I think this playlist repeated anyways. The half and half farming Odious and Belial for bullets. You know, you said ES, and my first thought was Energy Shield from Path of Exile, and I was like, I don't know what ES means, and I had to really think about it for a moment.
やっちゃうのか。恐怖の神秘を。アウトアウトアウト。ここがてめえの仮想場だ。うらうら。ぐしゃっと。負けないぞ。避けるなよ。だしたトリックですよ。ぐるぐるぐるぐるぐるぐる。ていていはっ。トリック。ここがてめえの仮想場だ。うらうら。
It's canonical that ES stands for embryo storage if you're a blaze boot. Okay, I don't get the I don't get the I don't get the reference. I forgot about ES. Fuck ES. BS character. It stands for egg sucked. You know, it's been so long since I've thought about that weapon that I forgot that it exists. Has streamer listened to the Fortunes Weave music on the YouTube Nintendo app? No, I've not. I've not. It's pretty good. I don't know if I want to listen to it, I'll be honest.
手ミトラの福音を聞け。万事ことごとく成就。ぐしゃっと負けないぞ。避けるなよ。
They sound good. FH music never misses. Let's save for the game. I'm actually surprised they released the OST before the game's out. Hello, Echo. What's this? Celebrities Shop 2. Peach Time. Solomon's Loot. Ah, so sorry. Hello, Cajun. You want to stone your Gabriel?
してやれ。セーターシトリックですよ。よ。それそれてい。
What do you want to stone your Gabriel for?
トリックオア神秘だ。シータートリックですよ。どうよ。ていそれ。ぶちかます。
My Belma Folk FA feels poor. Okay, you're not allowed to do it because then it's not Magna anymore.
ですよ。それていそれ。シトリックですよ。ていはそれ。恐怖の神秘をトリートですよ。神秘せやだ。トリックですよ。どういくぜ。
Don't worry, I've come to accept that whatever my grids are, they're not Magna and they're not Primal, and only 2 are questionably odious.
負けないぞ。避けるなよ。
So I'm just some weird free.
せやだ。トリックですよ。それはっ。
Don't worry, I'm running this what do we call this, chat?
神秘せや。神秘トリックですよ。よ。はっそれそれ。
We call this freak? Is that what we call it? Call it Solomonus grid? Is this freakish?
やっちゃうのか。
Oh, your summon is Ellie, so it's unboosted. My bad. What's this one called?
せやだ。せやトリックですよ。どうよ。それていそれ。
Not Omega.
トリックオア神秘。
I'm not allowed to call this Magna. I guess I'm running Vesusia, so I can't. And I have Odious and Revan's weapons, huh?
神秘せやトリックですよ。どうよ。はっそれそれ。
How unfortunate.
ニトラの福音を聞け。万事ことごとく上。
Queer Platonic Magna.
負けないぞ。
Cav Field Commander is interesting. Is that the one where you do a nuke when you don't get hit? Or is it a different one? It is, okay.
トリックですよ。どうよ。はっそれてい。
Good uptime on S1 because of the cooldown cut. Yeah, that sounds nice actually. If Odious takes more than 3/4 of the slot, then it's an Odious grid, I see. I have a question then. Okay. This is a hypothetical question. This is not even a hypothetical question. It's a thought experiment. Think of it that way. If we are to categorize grids into Odious, Magna, Primal, Omega Primal, right? And we're saying it depends on what weapons exist the most in the grid. Is that what we're saying? Then does that now mean Cajun, does that now mean that we need 3 different categories here? It does. Okay, then where do Revan's Mark II weapons go in? Like the second ones that don't have any boost on them. What about those ones? Does that mean we need a 4th category now? These ones don't have a skill that's inherently boosted by any single one. I'd say it depends more on the summon that you're using. I see. Okay, so if my grid was Bub's Kitten, and I was using farmable weapons, you're saying, what would that be then? What do we call that? Like this is a Bub's Kitten grid, and I'm using this. What is this called now? I was looking at the wiki and thinking this, unboosted doesn't really feel like it matters. So you guys think the distinction between using odious and not odious weapons matters? I don't think there's any spite in this. I'm more gathering opinions based on what I've seen, I guess. I'm curious. Are we getting technical to be spiteful? Odious has its own summon and boostable skills. Why are we pretending like it doesn't? Oh, sorry, I missed that question. No, this is more of a philosophical question at the moment. So just to give a bit of context, this is a question that's been brought up for advanced grids ever since Odious was introduced. And it was, hey, will you be making an Odious category? And the answer was always no, right? The answer was always no, and the reason was because the main distinction on the wiki is not whether you're Magna or Primal. It's more about, is this grid farmable or is it not farmable? It's just that prior to the introduction of odious weapons, and even I would say modern farmable weapons, pretty much all the farmable weapons in your grid were Omega mods, which is why the term Omega or Magna just sort of became this catch-all phrase for things that were farmable. So it evolved past its literal definition of, hey, does it have a Magna mod? I think many people who are newer to the game might fail to see that, right? They might look at an odious weapon and be like, hey, why is this grid referred to as a Magna grid when it hasn't only odious mods? But it's because of this evolving of the term. Think of it like language. Language words evolve over time, right? Like I'm thinking of an example, like the word gay, right? The gay literally means happy, but over time it is now leaning more towards your sexual orientation, right? Or the word ejaculation. Ejaculation, most people think of it in the sex term, but ejaculation, the word literally means to spit out something, to have a burst of something, right? So when in a book it says this person ejaculated this, it doesn't mean that they're fucking coming. It means that they're saying something with that sudden outburst, right? But words evolve over time. And the same has applied here to Magna, right? Now, I'm not saying that this is a good thing or a bad thing, or this is a good or a bad decision for the word Magna, but I am saying that the term Magna has evolved over time to include things that are in general farmable, right? So that's why initially when asked whether we'll be separating Magna, Odious, and Primal,
The answer was no, because we didn't really see a point, right? And in the future, we're probably going to change this icon to imply that it will include both Magna and Odious. So we'll be calling it maybe not Colossus, it'll be Colossus / Belmerfolk, and then the image will show both of them. Something along those lines, right? So it will make it a bit more clear that it's that. But the reason I'm asking this topic is because this has been a slight discussion in the community recently. And I'm just gathering thoughts, really. There's no malice or spite here. I am gathering thoughts, and I'm personally, right, on the fence of we've referred to Magna as a catch-all phrase for many of these things. I'm not saying Magna is the best word for this. Maybe as a community, we should come up with a different word as a catch-all phrase for all things farmable. But yeah, that is what historically in Granblue it has referred to as. I know that it seems very jarring when a grid has an odious weapon and it's being referred to as a Magna grid. But the reason I think that the term has always existed is because of grids like right now that I'm showing on screen. There isn't like necessarily a clean way to really refer to so many things that we can do in this game. This weapon, I was just saying, like it doesn't fit neatly into a bracket. Like the only thing that's actually correct here to say is that it is Claw of the Dragon Slayer, really. I guess if you want to group all the Revans cap weapons together, then you can do it that way, the enforcement weapons together. But then we become really granular and technical. All right. It's sort of like how is a spider a bug? No, not really. But many people would refer to spiders as like in the category of bugs, and nobody will call them out for it, right? It'll be like, hey, it's not actually a bug. You should be calling it an arachnid. And that's sort of where I see this Omega odious distinction at the moment. It's like, is it technically Omega? No, it's not. Of course not, right? We can see that it's called odious. The summon is also different. But like I said, there's a history to the word Magna or Omega, which has evolved over time as the game has evolved. Do I think as a community we should try to come up with a new word? Yes, I do think so. But I think there are many caveats to this, and its language evolves naturally over time. And I think over time we'll naturally find a word for this as well. Use farmable free to play something else. So if we so I have issues with the word farmable, which is that I agree that farmable fits in neatly with many things, but there are many farmable weapons which might not necessarily fit in neatly either, right? Like Revan's weapons are farmable, yet we have things like Seek Dagger, or we have things like Symmetria, right? So that's just one example, yeah, which lives on completely different sides of the spectrum, right? Secondly, we also have things like Magna grids. I'll call them Magna grids at the moment, but what I'm talking about is grids that are mostly farmable, but then they might have a splash of some gacha weapons. If I referred to this as a farmable grid and I gave this to someone as a farmable grid, they would probably immediately point out, hey, there are gacha weapons in your grid. So that's why I think farmable at first glance might be good, but then it doesn't really work as well. Unboosted was never confusing for people, though. They are universal. So are we okay? In the context of unboosted, are we saying that unboosted grids in both Omega or Primal grids would not sway it either way? Like it's basically we're saying it's a neutral weapon. Am I understanding that correctly? There's probably not going to be a good word that covers all the edge cases here. I agree. I think language is hard. I think words are hard, and people have their own definitions and opinions about what is correct and not. Right? That's why this discussion is even a thing in the first place.
気を取る。試してやろう。団長さんを傷つけるなら許すチャンス到来だよ。みんなでキョンシーになるキョンシーパワー。
I think so. Here's the thing at the moment, right? If I asked for a Magna grid from someone, right, a Magna or an Omega grid in current day, right, on August 7th, if I asked, let's say I asked Nico, I was like, hey Nico, could you give me a Magna grid for this raid, a Magna setup for this raid? And Nico's grid included a couple Magna weapons, a couple Odious weapons. I would be, okay, thank you, right? It would be what I asked for. That would be exactly what I'm looking for. If you guys currently asked for Magna grids and you received Odious weapons in your grid, would you feel like you got the wrong answer? I think it comes down to main summon. I don't think so. I think we have plenty of examples that show main summon really doesn't matter. Main or friend summon. It depends on how many Odious weapons are in that grid. Okay, so if you're saying if it was primarily an Odious grid, you would feel like you got given not what you asked for if you asked someone for a Magna grid. Yes, okay, all right. And these are questions that I want the answers to. Here's my Omega grid for this raid. If half the slots are Odious, it's an Odious grid. Okay. If I ask for Magna, I see primarily Odious, then it's Odious, lol. I see. Okay. I see. So basically for you guys, you disagree with the fact that Magna is being used as a catch-all phrase for anything farmable in the game. As a person that professionally has to work with things involving communication, my few cents, the fact that this is a reoccurring conversation means you cannot call Odious Magna. Nobody will call Mugen Sword a Magna weapon on either sides, despite it being farmable. I agree with that, yeah. Magna is also confusing due to the JP term for Omega, I believe. Yeah, it's Omega. So in JP it's Magna, and in English it's Omega, but we call it Magna because it's JP. We already suffer from many language issues of English players using Japanese terms. This is leading to much more confusion and ego in some parts. For sure, I agree with that. I personally think, right, like I said, I don't like that the word Magna is the word that has evolved to mean catch-all farmable things, right? Catch-all farmable things that you would use in a farmable grid, right? There's that underlying connotation that when we refer to Magna weapons, we're talking about things that are farmable and things that you would typically use in a farmable grid. That's where Mugen doesn't fit into that Venn diagram of things. I don't think Magna is a good term for this, right? Once upon a time it made sense. It no longer makes sense because it does invite and cause confusion. The technical term and the general term are different. Yes, that is true. And I think that is where people fail to see the difference. But I don't blame them either, right? I'm not saying like this is a wrong view personally. But I have been with Granblue long enough to see Magna grids be very clearly defined into what it is now, which is very murky, very muddy, and not actually very clear. So I've been around long enough, and I personally think that the term talking with community members from the beginning of when I started playing, it makes sense where it is currently. But I also agree that it is extremely confusing. Yes, and I agree with you there, Omikin. Like, if I gave an odious grid to someone when they ask for a magnet grid, I'm not giving it to them and saying, hey, this is an odious, sorry, this is a magnet grid. I'm giving that grid because it's a farmable grid using things that are primarily farmable. If my well-developed, established account crewmate asks me for a magnet setup, I'll be tossing them odious setups. Yeah, exactly, right? And that was my example with Nico earlier. If I asked Nico for a magnet grid and he gave me primarily odious, I'd be like, yeah, thanks. That's exactly what I was asking for, right? But for other people, that would not be the case. And I really think that depends on how well-versed you are. Not well-versed isn't the right way to put this. It's like how used to the term magnet you are being used as a catch-all phrase, I guess. You would definitely ask for M3 or odious these days. I don't like that personally. I understand where you're coming from, but I don't like it. Mainly because, like, I think very soon we'll have situations where putting in one odious weapon into an M3 grid is optimal or very good to do. If you ask for an M3 grid, that gives the inherent connotation or implication that you don't want odious weapons there. I know you guys have said that, hey, I don't mind if there's 1 or 2 odious weapons in my 10-slot grid, because that doesn't make up the majority, but that implication's still there, right? But like this is in general, like I do think, like I said, I do think the word does need to change. Because it is confusing. It is confusing. I've always thought it was a bit confusing. Not always. Like I said, at the start it did make sense. You've always used freemium and premium when referring to grid investment types. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah. I can see that. Getting people to say Optimus and Omega is already difficult. Yeah, it is. There's a reason we refer to as Magna and Primal, right? Magna and Primal are never terms that are used in the English version of the game. Just think about that for a moment. So yeah, if we're worried about like newer players and things like that, we shouldn't even be using Magna and Primal in the first place. But it's something that we do. You feel like trying to force the Ian Eternal names in Optimus Omega, it's like a lost cause at this point. Yeah, it's difficult to change what you're used to, right? Which is why I think Magna's here to stay as well. I think there will always be a portion of the community who will refer to Magna as whether that's just Omega grids or farmable grids or even odious things. For Eternals, you see people mix and match their names. Yeah, so some of the old names stay, exactly. As people who are head of the wikis, wouldn't it be impactful if the wording was changed there? So, you mean like, using the words Omega and Optimus on the wiki. I'm laughing because it's been like that from the very beginning. Only on user pages would it ever be referred to as Magna. Let's see. Optimus. Omega. Used in Omega grids. Control F Omega. Omega, 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 Omega. Alright, let's have a Control F of Magna. Magna. 0 out of 0. Oh, you guys can't see the search, but there's none. There's no mention of Magna anywhere on this page. So yeah, we already do that. It's only in basic grids. Yep. And in the context of basic grids, what does it say? What does it say again? Wait, what's Magna? It's a commonly asked question, so we say Omega is known as Magna. Yep. And it's a term commonly used by the English community. It's there as a definition. So yeah, Gudrun, you said, hey, as people who are heads at the wiki, I don't think I agree with that in the first place, but wouldn't it be impactful if the wording was changed there? It's never been Magna or Primal on the wiki. Never. Down with Omega Impossible 3, it's Omega Rebirth. Yeah. I think the thing here is that the thing that makes this question and this topic so difficult is that Granblue's such a, like, there's so many involved and in-depth things here. And there's so many different things you can do. And there's no one easy answer to any of this. I think in general though, at least from our perspective on advanced grids, there was always a good divide, right? Or at least it's a good idea to divide grids that are primarily gacha versus ones that are not. I'm sure you guys would agree with that. We don't want all of those in the same place, right? Like I've said multiple times already, I do think the term, like Magna grids versus Primal grids, maybe should change. But at the end of the day, I do think that we as a community don't personally need to split up all the different types of farmable grids and all the different types of primal grids granularly, because I think you'll quickly realize that there are way too many things you can categorize grids as. So I personally think just having one big phrase that refers to Omega and Odious and one big phrase that refers to Optimus grids, that's my take. That's what I think would be best. Magna just has a different definition in the player base now. Before, its definitions overlapped, but Odious release has shown that people understood it differently. Yeah. I think that's clear. Like, even people here who I know have been around the game for a long time think that Odious and the term Magna are just inherently different. They can never mean the same thing, right? And I don't think that's an incorrect opinion. It's one that I disagree with, but I don't think it's incorrect. But yeah, I think it really comes down to the fact that there is the meaning of the word magna in the technical term, which means omega mods, and then the meaning of magna, which is more talking about like a playstyle or a type of weapon you would use. Magna is omega scale. Yeah, Norman, I understand what you're saying. Don't worry, I get you. You don't need to explain to me that odious weapons have a different icon compared to magna weapons. That's not the conversation here. That's an immutable fact that everybody here agrees with. It's more about the term. And maybe that distinction doesn't really make sense to you, but it definitely exists. Once again, whether you agree with it or disagree with it is another topic entirely, but it exists at the end of the day. Omega Free, Omega Premium Gala, Omega Premium Gala 2. What I can say emphatically and definitively is that on the wiki, we will not be making huge distinctions like that. It's just not feasible. Like what Omikin said. Omikin was saying that facetiously. It's just not tenable and it's not sustainable either for us. This is the first time I heard in my entire time playing this game that people thought magna was a catch-all phrase. Really? Kudoros? Okay. When did you start playing the game, if you don't mind me asking? Because throughout the years, there's been plenty of grids that have 0 magna modifiers in your grid, but would be happily referred to as magna. Where is this coming from? This is a YouTube question. Oh wait, no, you're asking about open gates. Yeah, I didn't respond to that because I didn't know how to, because I didn't get it. You've been here before Grim release. I don't know which one, because there's 2020 Grim and then there's Grand Grim. Okay, so you've been around for a while. So you're saying that when Siete released and Sete grids were a thing, like you're saying like if someone asked for a magna grid and were given a Sete grid primarily, that would not have counted as magna? This is my first time in 3 years of playing that I learned that people use magna as a literal unofficial translation of the word omega only. Yeah. I started in December. Magna has always only meant omega as far as I'm aware. Nope, that wasn't magna. I just called it a Revans grid. I see. So you referred to it as a Revans grid. Then I have to ask, what about a Siegfried dagger grid? So in Earth Guild War we had Bub's Kitten grids, and they were primarily Fang of the Dragon Slayer. What would you refer to that as? Would that also be Revans? And this is why, okay, what I'm trying to illustrate here is that I think just making so many classifications that are specific and only refer to one thing doesn't actually really help us at the end of the day. When you ask for help or a grid, or when you're trying to give a grid to someone, do you really want them to be saying, hey, I want a grid that is Omega weapons only with 1 to 2 premium gacha weapons and PNS okay, and 0 Revance weapon? Like, is that the sort of distinction that we want? Like, that much granular information when we are giving information or trying to help people or things like that? People who say they've only ever saw Magna as Omega skill boosted setups are kidding themselves. Honestly, I think that's a harsh way to put it, but I do agree. I do agree. I'm sure that if you've played Granblue to any amount of like, if you've played any setup if you've played a wide variety of setups in Granblue, you will quickly realize that making such small specifications and classifications really does nothing than just add a whole bunch of asterisks to your statement. It's not technically correct, but that's how it is and how it has been. Yes. Yes. I'm with you there, and I don't think this is a point that really should be contested at all. That's my take on this. Once again, I don't agree that the word is Magna, and I think it should change, but how it is used currently is just the way it is sort of used. I mean, if people can refer to C grids as Revance grids, then people can refer to Odious grids as Odious. It's not that hard. That's not the point that's being made here, though. I think you're missing. I feel like you're selectively picking out things you want to hear at the moment, Norman. I'm sorry. Yeah, I've not heard Revance grid. In all my years of streaming, I've not heard Revance grids. I've heard Ellie boosted. That's something I've heard. An Ellie grid. That would be far more common. And the thing is, yeah, you don't call it Revance grids because these types of grids are so incredibly rare. And when it does happen, it's exciting because it's so unique, right? When Sete happened, yes, it was dumb, but it was a thing. Honestly, I heard Sete grid the most, to be honest, right? That's the thing I heard the most. Is not. What's is not? Like, Revance grid is not a common term. I can probably count on one hand when I've heard Revance grids as a term, and it's probably right now for this topic. It's Sete grid or Revance. No, I'm sorry. I will disagree with that. Revance has been a thing. Like, did you really call a Seek Dagger grid a Revance grid? Nobody calls Sete grids Revance grids, yeah. Sete grids were a unique outlier. That's the thing, they're not. They're not. Before that, there was Dinger. After that, we had Siegfried Fangs of the Dragon Slayer. Either way, hold up. All right. Where do we put Fangs of the Dragon Slayer then? Are we just classifying it as Revance? The weapon has Magna mods. It also has normal mods. It actually has more normal mod than Magna mod, I think, as a baseline. Going way back, there was Highlander. Highlander just refers to one weapon in your grid, though. That doesn't refer to a specific grid, like archetype. Archetype's not the right word, but yeah. Summer 2024, thank you, Nico. Horus, Raziel, Galleon, Mars. 2024 summers on the next banner.
気にするな。合いびきの邪魔だ。龍河戦、黄昏。
Augustius sticks
切り捨てる。
is all Magna mods. Exactly, that's the point right at the moment, Kira. Are you missing it? It's all Magna mods. So is it what is it now?
まずは深呼吸さ。
That's why the term Revan's grids doesn't really make sense, right?
受けてみるかい？
That's the thing. That's the exact point. In my long years of playing, I majority heard the stuff referred to as the main summon, and while have seen people refer to mixed grids as Magna, whenever someone shares content, there is always someone who's upset. Yes. We saw this with Lumi versus Shev swords. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it even goes back to Lumi swords because it is a mixed mod weapon at the end of the day.
石へ、どけ、石へ切り捨てる。てい、そら、そら。耐えられるよね。受けてみるかい？これでも。切り捨てる。
I think what Cajun said is really important, by the way. I'm going to bring it up on stream.
石へろ切り捨てる。どけ、消え。
Because I think it's really important. It's this statement here. I'm sorry, but I don't want to have to separately search Odious and Omega grids in YouTube and Twitter's shitty searches when looking up references. And I agree with that. I don't think I should have to search 2 words separately when I'm looking for setups. Which is why I think it's really powerful as a community if we have 1 word for all of these things, rather than going down the flowchart of items to say, hey, this counts as this weapon and this counts as this weapon.
このくらい？
Don't you have to do that to search all JP? I believe at the moment that many Odious grids are just labeled as Magna grids as well in JP, at least from many showcases that I've seen.
術式よーい。
Very rarely is it only labeled Odious. Now, is that just so that their video has more reach? I think that's up for debate. But I think probably JP has a very similar issue to us at the moment.
術式。
Well, JP, the Odious, like, so Odious is called Kinka, I believe. So, yeah, that's what it would be. So I think we're once again delving into the topic of
まずは
the technical definition of the word Odious or Kinka versus not.
受けてみるかい？
People keep saying summons, but what do you do when it's Ellie Ellie and you need to find the setup?
切り捨てる。そら、そら、そら。
Honestly, I think the only important distinction is farmable versus gacha, and what word we used for those things doesn't matter too much. Yeah, I'm with you there, Nomad. I think that's the biggest distinction in this game. It's whether you can farm the weapon or not, and whether the grid is more leaning towards a farmable setup versus not. Do I love the fact that we have grids that exist that are gacha weapons in your farmable grids? No. But the reality of the situation is that some gacha weapons are very good in our Magna grids. Magna or farmable, whatever term you want to use, right? The simple fact of the matter is that in this grid, yeah, putting the pillar drivers is better. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 weapons in this grid are farmable. So I think it's nice. Like the only distinction personally that I think we need here is whether the grid is primarily farmable versus not. The only issue I have with the word farmable is that the moment you put a gacha weapon in, it breaks that definition. That's why I personally don't like the word farmable. If I called this a farmable grid and I just gave it to someone, probably the first thing that would come up is, hey, this weapon is not farmable. What the hell are you talking about? Right? And if I put this in a YouTube video, someone would meme on me and troll me and be like, hey, I guess you can farm it with IRL money, blah, blah, blah. You know, it'd be shit like that, right? You can probably expect what would happen. So that's why I personally don't like the word farmable to just refer to things farmable, because the reality is our farmable grids include gacha weapons these days. Isn't that basically already happening with Magna though? Yes, but I think farmable is gonna be worse, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. Magna is not a term that I made up, right? It's just a term that's happened over time, and I'm just using it because it's the word that exists. It's just like how Ogi exists as a word to mean charge attack, and it's just the word I use. So yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, right, if we're worried about the technicalities of the word Magna not actually referring to Magna weapons, we can't then use another incorrect word, which is farmable here. But then we call gacha grids pay to win. Okay, I don't call it that. I call them primal grids or Optimus grids for the wiki's terms. So yeah. But yeah, calling the gacha grids, like if we are being a little bit technical here, calling them gacha grids is also not correct, because yeah, it's not just gacha weapons. There's farmable weapons there too. What do you call the Omega grid you get from the 5,000 MOBA pack? Wow, great question. It's the now, is that a pay to win grid? Questionable money deal. I mean, it came with a free Exalto. I still think that pack was completely fine, but anyways. Anything I don't have is pay to win. It's unfair. It's unobtainable. I think the just as a side note here, I'm very glad that in my solo Monos video where I had no revans, weapons, blah blah blah, that I didn't mistakenly, it didn't slip out that I called it a Magna grid. Because that's something I would have said, right? Like if I was talking about the solo Monos grid for longer, this grid is something me personally, I'm not saying it's correct or if it matches your definition, but I would have personally called this Magna at some point, right? At some point I would have called it Magna. And I can see that that would have caused controversy if I had done that. So, yeah. Because like if we go by pure numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Magna mods, normal mods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's equal number of normal and Magna. And then EX mods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 EX mods. So it's EX now. 3 Odious mods. Why didn't you tank this? Maybe I should have tanked this. So yeah, I think that's where the majority reasoning or the defining by majority in your grid also doesn't work. And yeah, it all comes back to, I personally think the only distinction should be whether your grid is primarily farmable versus not. And do we need a new term other than Magna for that? Probably. Yeah, probably we do. But that won't happen unless the community latches onto a particular word at the end of the day. Because language is weird. This is a farmable grid. The one with a few grand weapons are mostly farmable grids. The one with gacha is a gacha grid. I see. I don't think we need to be so granular in our classifications. Like when you're making a search for Grand Blue setups, would you really want to search farmable grid or mostly farmable grid or gacha grid? Is that really the searches you want to be making? Nothing is perfect, but I'm not, until I see a good term, I'm not calling my odious summon grids magnet. Yeah, I can understand that. You fuckers have fun, I'm Rainbow Primal. See ya, suckers. At this point, you want your searches to be 200 Gold Moon Illustrious or 150 Illustrious. Interesting. Either way, this is going to be an evolving debate over time as well. Did you start this, Cage? I don't even know where this came from. This has devolved into so many whataboutisms that it's counterproductive. Yes and no. The thing about, I agree that it's about whataboutisms, but this entire topic is grounded in the fact that it's about a whataboutism, no? Like that's this entire conversation. So when the topic itself is about a whataboutism, we can't really say it's devolved into whataboutisms. I know the last time you talked about it on Advanced Grids, it was hot topic and blew up and many disagreed. That wasn't outside of this stream though, was it? I don't know, maybe it was. Hello, are people complaining about wiki grids? No. No, this is not that. You saw conversation about it in some discords. Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, like, I'm not a part of those, so... Unless if someone tells me, I just don't know. Cajun poster girl called a Magna, but it was Odious and Odious summons. My brain was confused when I saw it. I see. You honestly thought the general consensus was that anything farmable is Magna Omega? Yeah. That's how I refer to it on this stream anyways. Now we're circling. Part of being a Twitch stream. You're used to it. You know about that. People pop in, they have their own 2 cents to add. I'm finding this all very enlightening, by the way, so I appreciate it. I like different different perspectives. I think the most interesting thing that I've personally found is the people who have never, or who claim that they've never thought of Magna as anything, like the people who claim that they have never heard or seen the term Magna be used as a catch-all phrase for things farmable. That is something that I didn't realize so many people were holding on to strongly. And I personally think this is maybe a bit of selection bias or something like that on their part. Maybe it's a bias on my part. I don't know. But what I would like to say here is that I probably interact with more Grand Blue people on average than most people here. This isn't me trying to like toot my own horn or anything, but it is an undeniable fact, right? It is also an undeniable fact that I regularly work on the wiki and have interacted with many of these types of questions. And there is also a reason why we differentiated the two as such originally. So I think saying like this stance of, hey, Magna has never referred to anything but Magna mods, if you're holding fast to that stance, I don't know what to say then other than that you're wrong. Like that is just an unequivocal fact that it is a thing, and it most certainly, like, I don't know, obviously I don't know how widespread it is, but it is definitely a thing. He's big leaguing us, chat. You can look at it that way. I personally think of it as, I guess it's more me trying to give some context in why I think that. My hot take, at some point farming for weapons is no different than having to farm artifact subsets. You just gotta be... Okay, I don't think that's relevant to our current conversation at all. I don't think this is about farming and not farming, no? I mean, who knows, maybe it is. Wait, is this actually because people get Odious grids and they haven't farmed Odious? Is that it? There's no way that's the actual reason. Oh, he figured it out. No, there's no way. There are many Odious owners I've already met that still disagree, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure if it is a thing, it's maybe only a few people, a very small subset. Apparently some idiot crashed into my shop, so I have to leave. You guys better save all your questionable opinions for when I get back. Okay, hopefully everyone's fine. Didn't even get my nap because of you guys. Wait, are you home? You have to drive back to the shop? I joined in summer 2018. Magna was a catch-all term for farmable grids. Revans were disputed on release because people complained about needing gacha grids to farm them, even though farmable setups released pretty quickly. Yeah, I remember that. Or at least I remember like that partially, I think.
ツガガガーンこっからが本番それで逃げてるつもり
I think I remember a conversation on stream on what sete counted as. I think I remember a conversation like this.
こっからが本番
Have you combined any of the new water weapons? No, I haven't. Not yet. I don't have any good ones.
からが本番それで逃げてるつもり
All of mine are like, oh, look at this, Cajun. I got permeation 6. Are you jealous? It's as rare as a permeation 1, right? This could have been a permeation 1, but instead it was permeation 6. How jealous are you?
怒ったさあやろうかはあせっそここっからが本番
It's useful for my schizo testing. Well, I'm not doing schizo testing.
お説教です
Actually a bit jealous. So, either way, going back to the original topic at hand,
大丈夫ですよ
do we know how rare it is? What was the basic numbers again, Cajun? I think it's on the wiki now, right?
こっから
You can check the farmers on the wiki. But it's a bell curve. 1 and 6 are the rarest, and the middle ones are the most common.
ほらよほらはあはあせっだこらこっからが本番お母さんお呼びお説教です
Anyways, what was I going to say? In the context of the wiki, I'm hoping that you guys agree with this, right? But pretty much the icons and the page names might change a bit, but the top ones will always refer to as mostly farmable grids with mostly farmable things, whether that's Odious or Omega, and the bottom will refer to mostly primal things, or like gacha weapons. I'm hoping that is you guys agree with that. Yeah, like the titles and the icons will change, right?
お説教です
This will happen. We just haven't gotten around to it, right? Mainly because Odious grids have been. I mean, how many times have you guys seen Odious grids? Like, right? So they're not very common at the moment. So that's why it hasn't really happened. But yeah. And I'm hoping that you guys agree that we only really need 2 broad categories. And that there's no need for a 3rd category. At least I'm hoping most of you guys agree with that.
お説教ですほらほらほらそこせっは弱い
Whatever's easiest for you guys. Yeah, that is easiest for us.
母は強しです
Just call it non-primal and primal. I don't think we need to do that. I think we can just say Colossus / Belmafolk. I think farmable versus primal is the only distinction that really matters. Yeah. And then hopefully we as a community can come up with a better word
お説
to refer to the Odious / Omega stuff, other than Odious / Omega or Magna, which is what is currently being used.
ごめんねツガガガーンこっからが本番
That was a joke, I know, Cajun, but I have to explain for everybody. Colossus, Belmerfolk, Mugen, sometimes. uh, it's true though.
クラリスちゃんパワーアップ
Sovereign just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub.
元気いっぱいですね
With some time, we will have a proper word to refer to farmable Magna naturally. Yeah, I think so too.
それそれほらせっそこそここらそうどうこっからが本番大丈夫ですよ
Hello, Yellow Mash.
怒っさあやろうかそこはあはあこっからが本番それで逃げてるつもり
Odious is busy catching up with 12 years of grid evolution. Yeah. I'm old and don't like change.
大丈夫ですよ
Don't worry, your URLs and the bookmarks and things won't change.
説教ですこっからが本番それで逃げてるつもりお説教ですほらほらそれはあそせどうこっからが本番大丈夫ですよお説教です
It depends on how much more they'll feed Odious, since I can see Odious plus M3 together being too cluttered.
こっからが本番大丈夫ですよ
I think that's more on us to keep them more organized in that case, rather than separating them out into an entirely different page. So yeah, I disagree with that.
どう大丈夫ですよ
Odious as a side grade equals why farm it when I have full M3? Well, it's not a side grade, right? It just does a different thing entirely.
ほらそはあどこそれ
Different wording stuff is probably because different communities, SCA or Facebook have different slang. Yeah, I'm sure. The Facebook side I have zero knowledge in about, right? And I know there's a big Facebook community too, especially in SCA, so... Which origin class do I think will get Boundless Katana? Maybe Enhancer? Or whichever one the Dark Fencer line is on. They intend for it to be a full upgrade. It's not entirely there for burst yet. Have they said that? Or are you just inferring that off the recent releases? I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I do think there's a difference between them outright saying it and not. The interview at Annie did mean that it would be situationally better, which is exactly what it has been so far.
お任せですお説教ですごめんねツガガガーンこっからが本番
I never understood the logic of why farm Odious when more options is better.
More options is always better, yeah. You never understood the logic of why farm odious, of like people who don't want to farm it. Right? Just comes down to people are lazy. No. Lazy slash they don't want to do it unless they see a reason to. And I think that's okay, at the end of the day, that is fair. Right? Like there's a different motivation in seeing like, hey, I really want Frau because she's in a lot of full autos that I see versus, hey, I want to farm Frau just because I got nothing else to do. There is a different amount of motivation there. So do I agree with people who don't farm odious just because they think it's bad or it's never going to be useful? No, I don't agree with that at all. But I can also understand why some people might be less motivated to farm it when there's no immediate uses for the weapon, right?
こっからが本番。それで逃げてるつもり？よっ、ほら、よっ。そこ、せい、そこ。どう？こっからが本番。
Some people are just tight on space. I don't think space is a factor. I'll be real.
こっからが本番。それで逃げてるつもり？
I disagree with it.
お説教です。
It's my read on it, right? Yeah. With the sole reason being it having AX, since having perma mid-game farm is healthy, even if it feels ass, yeah.
大丈夫ですよ。
Yeah, it keeps the raids alive for sure.
お説教です。よっ、よっ。せっそ、せい。それ。お説教です。
You don't think it needs an opus?
ほら、それ。はあ、そっか。
I think,
こら。
I still think that we will get one, since we are definitely missing one of the opus weapons
大丈夫。
that we know of. Does it need one? I don't know.
お説教
It'd be nice, but need is a strong word as always.
ほら、ほら、ほら。せっそっか。それ。 こっからが本
You'd love to get a third opus, you hate juggling keys, yeah. We wanted odious grids and parties to be an option alongside Omega grids. We're kind of intent for these odious weapons to be the next step after Omega. I read the latter as the next step for farming. Yes, I agree. I agree. I don't read that as the next step in progression. I see that as the next step of farming, especially with the context of the first sentence, which is that they want it to be an option alongside Omega grids.
そこ。はあ。こら、こら。大丈夫ですよ。お説教です。よっと。そこ。反抗期。母は強しです。これは禁術じゃないってば。
Odious Opus will have Befoulments.
馬神の力お見せします
They do have an opportunity to make the Odious Opus do something else other than the other ones. I don't know if it should though.
付けにしてあげるわ
Definitely can. Should it though?
みんなに背後
Yeah, like they could make it so that you choose your downside with keys. But yeah, I don't think it needs that.
援護いたしまうがちます
フェニックス
金河新年金河新年アモーレパッシオーネ釘付けにしてあげるわアモーレパッシオーネ釘付けにしてあげるわ
ナヒーブ・アルジャヒーム
You can see the Opus being like a general passive of lowering Befoulment percentages.
お礼申し上げます
Ah. That could be interesting. Makes your other things less bad. I don't know if it's...
馬神の力
I don't think it's...
お見せします
I don't know if it's good design though to do that.
うがちますうがちます
With how low you can get some percents, I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
補給を忘れるな
金河新年
It says on the wiki... No, that's referring to open gates though.
金河新年アモーレパッシオーネ
Why farm Odious when you can Primal? Well, hope you have fun with your Evoker Transcendence then. No, I don't... I think it's an interesting idea, but I don't think it's good design. Because, like, the Odious weapons are meant to have a downside. That's, like, their thing. And, like, I know we're not saying get rid of it, but even reducing it, like, lowering a permeation level by 1, if it's on 1, it goes to 0. What happens? Like, I know we don't need technical details because we're just hypothesizing, but
逃さ
I think there are more interesting things they can do than, hey, just make the limitation of the weapons less. You realize you were so far, you were 30 minutes behind. Yeah, that often happens on YouTube. It's so easy to go back and then forget you're not live.
うがちます
Evoker Transcendence is why I started hitting Dark Odious, yeah.
金河新年
What am I missing in the upcoming summer banner?
アモーレパッシオーネ釘付けにしてあげるわアモーレパッシオーネ釘付けにしてあげるわ
I'm missing Tefnut.
ナヒーブ・アルジャヒ
Do I want to go for Tefnut or do I want to go for what's on the current banner? Annual Vasaraga Maids. Annual Vasaraga Maids and the summons.
馬神の名にかけて
Um,
観念しなさい
All of this versus Tefnut. Tefnut Mars.
水分補給を忘れるな
I think we just... I mean, Tefnut's more important than any of these characters. You know what? Yeah, no. But it's a chance... can people stop having secondary backup requests turned off in world? Tefnut, yeah. Yeah, fine, I'll do this one. 3 characters and a summon versus 1. And Tefnut isn't that important these days. Does that mean Raziel's going to be in the following banner? Not 2. Raziel is only in the following banner. Raziel's not on the banner at the moment. Summers are introduced sequentially. So currently we're on 2020, what is it? 2023. This is 2023 at the moment. So 2024 is not yet in the banner. 2024 is introduced at 7 p.m. JST tonight. Yeah, Raziel will be in the pool starting next banner, and she will only be sparkable on that banner, but it's a 3% banner. So, yeah. This is what is being introduced in the next 3% banner. These characters and summons here. So if you want any of these things, you should wait. Well, I just sparked on this one, so heck. I'm sorry. Hopefully you got something you wanted. Click. Oh, SSR. Hold up. Hold.
夏の日差しにきらめこう 星の民アートマンだ。さあ、僕と一緒にバカンスを
Okay. Hello, Atman. Be for real, man. Nice banana, bro. Thank you. Chat, just for the clip, I personally think that Odious weapon grids should be referred to as Magna grids. Okay, thanks, bye. Don't at me. You're all wrong if you think otherwise. We definitely didn't have a 2-hour conversation about this just minutes ago. Clip that. Where is my haha, man? I got my haha, man. I can put Atman in the back of my... Wait a second. There's no room. Alright, whatever.
う馬神の力お見せします。
Arknight's PC is 13th of August. That game still doesn't have a PC version?
私の鼓動を聞いて
Well, at least they're getting one now. That's good.
みんなに愛を
I thought it always did.
私の愛を見せてあげる。
You want to hear his haha. Too bad. Too bad, not right now.
仕留めろ。
観念しなさい。
フェニックス。
金河新年。金河新年。アモーレパッシオーネ。釘付けにしてあげるわ。アモーレパッシオーネ。釘付けにしてあげるわ。
ナヒーブ・アルジャヒーム。
厚く御礼申し上げます。
フェニックス。
Why do I have 15 pages of fire
さあ
artifacts?
頑張りましょう。
Should have organized them. Haha.
うがちます。観念しなさい。ありがとう。金河新年。金河新年。
Hope there's 76 artifacts in my limited box. Sorry, you're doomed.
アモーレパッシオーネ。釘付けにしてあげるわ。
You just went in and dismantled everything under 21 points. Even if they might have good stuff. They gotta fix artifacts soon, man. There's a score mechanic, yeah.
フェニックス。野賀さん。今日が乗った。
うがちます。うがちます。金河新年。金河新年。アモーレパッシオーネ。釘付けにしてあげるわ。アモーレパッシオーネ。
Is anyone gonna get Stranger Than Heaven when it comes out?
ナヒーブ・アルジ
So I don't really like RGG games too much. That's not true. I liked Yakuza 0. But like the modern ones, I feel like I don't like as much. So I don't know. It looks interesting though. Like the core concept of the game is what you like collect sounds or something.
うがちます。うがちます。
Is there any specific quality of life I'm hoping to see? Okay, question. Is it specifically what I'm hoping to see?
釘付けにしてあげるわ
Or things that are realistic to happen? Does it need to align? Does it have to be hoping to see and realistic? Or does it have to be hoping to see and unrealistic is okay as well?
水分補給を忘れるな。フェニックス。水分補給を忘れるな。
金河新年アモーレパッシオーネ釘付けにしてあげるわ燃え尽きちゃった
What are you taking copium for? And I'll also accept the realistic. What I would love to see is FA per party or per raid settings. Per party makes the most sense. That's what I'd love to see. I don't even know how they implement that. But I don't think that's ever happening, but I would love to see it. And then as a realistic thing... What would a realistic thing I want to be?
馬神の力お見せします釘付けにしてあげるわ私の鼓動を聞いてみんなに愛を私の愛を見せてあげる
Pro Plus? And I don't personally care for Pro. Like, it's nice, but it's not something, like, I particularly really care about too much. 2K Ennead and M3 trophy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about what quality of life would I really want that's realistic. Honestly, a lot of the QL stuff is just like things I'm not even thinking about and they do, and it's like, wow, that's nice. Like other quality of life changes I'd love to see are to do with like menu and UI navigation. But that also is a bit unrealistic, I think. At least as a big thing.
馬神の力お見せしますうがちます観念しなさい
Yeah, I'm not sure. What do you guys want to see?
金河新年金河新年
I'm just so used to Jack. So when something becomes more convenient, unless it's stuff like rusted weapons, it tends to be, oh, that's nice, yeah.
フェニックス。
観念しなさい観念しなさい金河新年金河新年 づけにしてあげるわ。
ナヒーブ・アルジャヒーム。
I want to see my summer Soshi. I think FA per party is actually not that difficult. But a UI issue, yes. UI issue is mainly where I'm coming from. Because that sounds annoying.
フェニックス。
馬神の名にかけて。
逃さん。今日が乗った。
Need to go. Bye, Norman.
うがちます。うがちます。金河新年。金河新年。アモーレパッシオーネ。釘付けにしてあげるわ。アモーレパッシオーネ。釘付けにしてあげるわ。
ナヒーブ・アルジャヒーム。
厚く御礼申し上げます。
フェニックス。
観念しなさい。うがちます。
I'd like to be able to see multiple options when trying to get an item not from the shop. Oh, that menu's so bad.
金河新年。
Yep, I agree with you.
金河新年。アモーレパッシオーネ。釘付けにしてあげるわ。
ナヒーブ・アルジャヒーム。 フェニックス。
頑張りましょう。
Game really wants me to use cloud distinctions to get Akasha keys. Oh my god. Ah, so bad.
感服いたしました。私たちの勝利です。
Solomonos made me believe anything is possible because I just did Ilsa, Yo, Olivier. And in a completely enmity setup without shield guidebook. And I min-turned, yeah. Yeah, Solomonos, the guidebooks matter the most.
前を向こう。
I think characters and things like that are nice, obviously.
手加減なしだ。
But yeah, guidebooks just add so much damage. And everybody has MC. Nia announced for this month. Like, the Nia, like, the Transcendence. I don't know why my mind went to Nia Automata first. I was like, what are you talking about? Then I realized, oh, Evoker. It was like halfway through my sentence I realized it was Evokers. Everything Munching mentions her, I think that. And they do a Nia collab, Nia Gestalt. Not Automata, don't get that wrong. Alright, what's Gestalt, chat? And why does Munching want that and not Automata? Oh, is that the first one? We already have an Automata collab, yeah. Chat's asking for like a proper one. I don't know if it counts as QL, but being able to see support summons on friend requests from private profiles would be nice. Private profiles should like not be hiding support summons in the first place. I agree with you. Like when Granblue is a game where you add people for their summons, like hiding that information seems backwards to me. Remove private profiles completely if you want to hide Guild Wars strats, then have a second window for party swapping. Gestalt is the original Nier that was made for 360 to appeal to Western players by having an older father protag instead of the older brother one. I forgot Nier had some weird things like that. A lot of people in the West were attached to the father protag compared to the older brother. It's so strange that like such big regional differences exist for like older games. Like these days, like they wouldn't do that, right? Rather, it would be designed to appeal to both markets in mind from the get-go, rather than, hey, make a new version of a game. Meanwhile, I'm here wondering if we're going to get Cinderella Grey collab. Oh no. You're going to activate all the Uma sleeper agents in chat. Lock in. I did enjoy the movie. He summoned Cage. I got baited into watching it because Tachyon was in it. And it was a good Tachyon film, I will say. I want another Cinderella Grey season just for the visuals. I don't have all the blessings capped, but at what point are my failed Solomonos runs due to me being bad? Feels like I need really good RNG to actually beat it. I don't have all blessings capped. At what point are they just me being bad? You feel like you need good RNG? The way I see Solomonos is the weaker your characters or your inherent grid, summons, things like that, obviously you will need more guidebooks to back up that power. If you have farmed out M3 and you have even just a couple seasonals or whatever, or even like a couple not seasonals, but just like couple decent characters, I think you can get consistent runs. And at that point, it's just practicing and getting your knowledge down. I think feeling like you need good RNG to beat it is... like, I think part of that will come down to your skill as well. Basically, I'm trying to say skill issue without being toxic about it, if that makes sense. Unless you are really operating on an account with not many things to go off of, it will just come down to practice. WTF toxic? No, I'm saying like all good things in life, you need practice. That's what I'm saying. Like when Snarders can't speak perfect Korean, it's a skill issue. It's undoubtedly a skill issue, but it's fixed with practice. And Solomonus does not need good RNG to beat it, but there is a balance here, right? The worse character, like the less options you have for characters, the less grid options, the less class options you have, the more luckier you need to be on the other side. That being said, I personally think most people probably have at least a couple things going into evoking Solomonus because it requires an invoker's fourth skill. So you probably have played the game somewhat enough to get to that point anyways. And at that point, I think like getting semi-consistent runs like is not a tough ask. And when I say semi-consistent, I sort of mean like I would imagine at least like 80% win rate, even higher. Maybe when I get just more, what are you using at the moments, Sova? Like what elements, sorry. What element and what starting character? Because yeah, I think Hanged Man is the biggest one that you need for consistency. Past that, it's just, it's nice. But we can do a Solomonus run after this. You've only played with Ilsa, Octavia, you take Gwyn to cheat some earlier fights. Okay, I see. What MC do you use for that? He's bulky with Exogun, I see. Do you have an origin class? Any of them? You have all of them. Okay, I would personally go Lancer or Wizard. I think those are much better options. I think you're trying to match the gun proficiency with Ilsa and Octavia, but you don't need to do that. WO, my goat. Yeah, WO is very good. I've done water with Lancer. Lancer is quite nice. We'll go WO here. Do you have Ouroboros? If you want, send me a screenshot of like the grid you're using and things like that. I'll copy or give some suggestions or things like that. I have Aura. I can use W. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I think let's start there. AMC's gender. That's not correct. It's definitely not correct. But as for what determines it, not gender. That's what I'll say. In Discord, if you're in there, there's a stream screenshots channel. Now send me your grid and your summons, and then we'll try going from there. I'll bring one blessing as well. You mentioned you have Ilsa and Octavia. I think we can just start Octavia too. You start Gwyn. Starting Gwyn's good. We'll just do that. I'm thinking you're in. If you want in. But yeah, send me your grid and your summons, and then I can try to give some pointers. Drop it in stream screenshots. It's under stream stuff. That's the category name. This was with my index into gun prof, so you haven't changed much. Okay, all good. Okay, sure. Start with Galilee as well. Oh, Gospel, sorry. I think the Celestial's fine to start with. It covers your Gwyn. The weapon still does something. Do you have any odious weapons? Because I would definitely use them here. I guess it's the SR character. Interesting. Any what odious weapons? These ones. They don't have any. You didn't know odious weapons were good? They are. They're good, especially if you take Bub's main or some sort of element main. Yeah, I'll just take them out then. But yeah, grid doesn't matter too much here. I'm using Echo Key. I don't know what your Opus is on, but I don't think it really matters. Echo Key is nice though. I'll just bring the dingers like you have. That's fine. And what can you put in these last two slots here? That is not the Ultima. I don't know if I like this either, by the way. Yeah, I'm replacing this. I think I would rather the... This is just a 0-star Xeno weapon. You might have this. And then... Is Ultima not great for the mode? Seraphic as a mod is not super important, yeah. So you're only bringing it for cap, but there are so many other sources of cap that I don't really value it that highly. Do you have a second gospel, even if it's 0-star? I would bring that. This mode gives you 0 supplemental, so I think supplemental is quite powerful on its own. You do? Okay, so yeah, I would bring the second gospel then. I'll bring a 0-star. Actually, I have a 0-star here. So 0-star gospel there, and then final slot. I think our grid is missing a bit of HP. This is where I would chuck in an odious weapon personally. Only when you take on sub HL, I skip sub HL every time now. I think it's a waste of time. It's fun, but I think it's a waste of time. I don't really like any of my options here. I don't know what you have access to, obviously. So just bring whatever you want. You ain't bothering with Hrsvelga. Basically, my stance on sub HL as an event comes down to if I'm strong enough to beat sub HL, I can just beat the final boss. That's basically it. If I'm in a position to beat sub HL, I can just beat the boss anyway. So it doesn't do anything other than waste my time. So it just comes down to, hey, do you want to have more fun? And like that's completely valid, right? But for me, I don't find it fun enough to extend my gameplay in the mode for X amount of minutes. Maybe M3 Katana? Maybe. Honestly, I might just chuck in another dinger. I don't know. You could I like I said, I really don't think it matters grid-wise too much what you bring. I'm just gonna bring a Thimble. Fuck it. Fuck it. Thimble. Does it have one of the trophies linked to it? I don't know, I haven't checked.
All right, and then summons. What did you have? I don't think Lucy's that great. I would take out the moon. You have Alex. You have this. I'm gonna assume you don't have auras. I'll bring Kitten. Kitten's fine. I like Kitten. Lucy's okay. Wedges, sure. I think Wedges as a main summon's good, actually, by the way. I'm gonna bring it up here. So Wedges here. Wedges, Wedges. Wedges. You out. You out. We have a free slot. You have Lucy. I'll just bring Lucy. I don't think it's needed. I'm not gonna bring sub summons. Don't care enough. All right, let's just go in. So this is Bub's main demonic flare burst refrain dark haze. Do I agree with that? Yeah, that's fine. Let's go. There are blessings available. Begin without activating. Set out anyways. Okay, so first thing I think is really important is pathing, right? And the main important thing I'm looking out for when I'm looking out for pathing options is the events, which are the special events. So we got the hot spring here. Hot spring gives you it basically resets your cooldowns and your summons. So what it means is that you can, like, let's say you can go to this node, spend all your cooldowns and then full heal here. That's an option. The other event on this map is here. This is basically the same thing, but I think this is just better than this because it gives you a guidebook as well. So that one's good. This is a good event that gives a decent guidebook. I think this one gives like a random one, something along those lines. I just remember this one being worse than this. It's very similar. And then the other event here is the shop event at the bottom right. This is one of the best events in the game because it gives you a very discounted shop and it gives you a pretty easy fight to do as well. I like taking this towards the end of phase 1, before the boss or just after the boss, somewhere around there. So this is something I'll path to at some point, but not at the beginning. Basically, you're looking for a route that takes you in a direction where you want to go and where you see a lot of useful things. The weaker you are, probably the more events and treasure spots you want to do. So, like, for example, on my Hrisvelga run, I don't really care what I do first because I can pretty much zero button everything. If you have Death Blessing, that's the same thing. But if you're a bit weaker and you find that, hey, I need to click too many things to kill these early fights, what you might find useful is clicking on event or working your way to treasures. I think the treasures are very good, by the way. So something to consider. This path is actually quite good here because it takes you the treasure. You can always retreat out of this and then get you another treasure. But it gets you here somewhat early. If you don't have another character by here, it could be a little rough. There is a shop here, but then you have to backtrack out. It's honestly not bad to go here, I think. The alternative option is to head up here, hit the TP. By then, the Miasma boss will have spawned, so we'll have to change our plans there. And the Miasma will take you here, and then you come down this way through the Miasma stuff. I think I'm personally leaning towards that. So we'll go this way, up towards this. And then we'll hang around here. Miasma might spawn here. If it doesn't, it's okay. If it spawns over there, then we'll just TP over. So we'll just do that. And it's purely because I don't think I want the shop event too early. Because we won't have money, right? Alright, gain a guidebook effect upon defeating the submerged opponent. This is always fine. I think like there's no reason not to do this. And then yeah, you're using Gwen, so you just click this. And then we go in. It might have been worth it to click a button here. It was level 50. Probably should have clicked something. This fight can be rough. It's so tanky. It is tanky, right? This was probably worth bubsing just because it's level 50 and we're sort of weak. Yeah, I'll do it. Whatever. And then we'll kill here. Alright, so from this, okay. This Okay, this guidebook is amazing. It's on the first one. You take this. I would say this is extremely lucky. Extremely lucky is a strong term. It's lucky to get. It's a high roll to get this. I will purposely not pick this time, but it is 100% correct to pick this every single time. Okay. I think between these two, because we're playing Wizard Origin, there's actually a question to be had here. The treasure chest, we know we're going to be picking up treasure chests, and the pool is actually quite good. The crest is guaranteed damage right now, though. And since we're going up, we can pivot down now, right? We can change our plans and just pivot down. But I think since we're heading up, we're just going to take the crests. Okay. Once again, you are meant to pick this. I don't mind you taking best in slot, but I think it invalidates everything if I just pick this. I'm going to pick this. If we see it again later, I'll pick it. But for now, yeah. Here, this is up to you. I personally think money is extremely good, so I will always pick money. But if you feel like too weak, I think attack is viable. But yeah, I think at this point you just pick the money. It will scale the more event nodes you go to, so money is power. Yeah, picking the book on the literal first node would just be like, you would snowball way too much. But that book, like I've said it before, unless it's literally on the boss, like the final boss, you always just take it. It's too good. Here, this doesn't help our damage. This doesn't help us too much. I'll just take the skill. Gwyn still does skill damage. MC does skill damage. It's nice. We're heading up this way. Hopefully by this point we have 200 gold. I'll go this way here. So we get 2 events. We know we get gold from going to the event spots. So by doing this, we get some extra money. This one, you always have to pick. And basically what I like to do is I go the first one, I do the Gamba second option, and then I normally leave. This one we got unlucky, it's whatever, it happens. Miasma approaches, where is it? Okay, so it is in this area. This event, I always pull out the weapon. I just go, it's too good. 2 weapons. 2 weapons, yes please. I think for this grid, there is a conversation on what we should unlock. Dinger's a lot of raw. This is okay, this is okay. I think we take the sub-sources for now. And we go Dinger next, I think. So we'll go like this. And then we go up. Yeah, I think sup is good, but the thing is sup is based on enemy health. And the enemy's health is quite low. That's the thing. So do keep that in mind. I like taking the top option here, personally. I think it's 100% worth it to lose HP and get 2 random guidebooks, both of which do not help us, which is unlucky, but, you know, even if one of those was just attack, it's okay. Alright, we scout out this shop. This is bonus LE damage to all to these weapon proficiencies. We can't buy this now, but we keep this in mind if we want to come back to it later on. I think for now, getting a character would have been really good. We didn't get 300. I forgot it's 300. We can wrap back around. The boss is going to spawn somewhere here. I think we just save our money. I think the character, if we don't get one here, is too big to give up. This is your fault, Mr. Streamer. What did I do? Are you playing 3 houses? Is that what happened? So we'll just skip this shop. That was a bit of a misplay to come here without 300. But it's okay. Ah, this is so unfortunate. Okay, so ideally you get the Ruberite and then you always give in the Ruberite. This happens sometimes. It's okay. If you have under 200 gold, you do this. If you have over 200, it's not worth it. I'm continuing my 8th save. This one you just kill the mushroom.
逃がすか。はったった逃がすか。やった。はっそこだ。逃がすか。そこそこ。や
So CA doesn't help us, CA doesn't help us. We'll take the dodging tank counter. It's not the best, but it is a bit more reach. It's fine. We'll go here. Let me get our HP back. This is a guaranteed guidebook here. It's good. That's good. We can head back to the shop now to get our last character. It is a couple wasted nodes, but I think the character power is a lot at the moment. So let's go here. Grab the character. Alright, who you got? Who do you got? Ideally here, I would personally pick... There's a couple good options here. I think I would preemptively pick Monkey. I would preemptively pick Monkey. I would consider Yo at the moment. If you have Yo, I think I would pick Yo actually, just to try her. You have Monkey. Do you have Yo? I think parting down to the bottom left shop was better. Yeah, there was a bottom left shop too. Yeah. I think this parting was wrong. I agree. You didn't pull hard on the banner? Okay. We can just preemptively pick Monkey. I think Monkey shield book combo is very, very good. The only thing here is that Monkey doesn't help us specifically that much at the moment. I think that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, so we came up here. There was a shop here. So I think going towards that is better. Whatever, we've already done this. It's okay. We'll part this way. Allies lose 30% HP and you unseal a weapon and obtain 100 Saphira coins. I personally think this is worth it. One extra turn. And you get a weapon as well. I'll pick up the Dinger now. For raw damage. We don't care about HP until the very end, really. This one I normally just skip. I skip unless I actually just want the monsters for whatever reason. So I just explore. Okay. So sort of all whatever effects. At the moment, like I said, this probably helps us the most. It doesn't really do that much. By the way, if you have Seraphic Weapon, this doesn't apply for Seraphic Weapon, as far as we know. But I'll just pick the only offensive ability there. This guy, I personally don't do it. I personally don't do this. I remember reading a guide say grab the monsters. What, on that one? Isn't it 50% chance for monsters to show up? So it's a 50% chance to just waste a turn. I don't like that. This one I always skip. I don't like this. I don't think it's worth it. Alright, let's scout out this shop. This ability is quite good. So we can consider coming back here. We already have a full party. We would like another character, but at this point, we just grab another weapon now. Let's just grab Raw. Stamina's unique. Yeah, sure. Pick the stamina. But I'll go here. I don't like this guy, personally. I just leave. I'll come back around. I want the other event. Hello, Rowan. There we go, fight. This guy's an easy fight.
逃がすかそこそこ逃がすかそこはっはっ逃がすかはっそこ
Okay, so we've got Amplify CA, which we don't care about. We have Primal and other damage cap, but we also have party members gain all weapon types as specialty weapons. We take this here. You've mentioned that you have Ilsa, so now this makes Ilsa a very good pick. And then on top of that, we have our Celestial weapon in our grid as well. So this will make our Celestials do more. And then this effect doesn't matter for us, and this currently only applies to MC, so middle is always best option. Axe melee. Axe melee. You have Hasselia. We could just pick Hasselia. This is a backline character. Actually, we want this to be a frontline character. Alright, who do you got? Who do you got? You don't have Yo or Cassius, but you think you have everybody else. Okay. I think we can just take Katora now. We take Katora, and then we can drop her later if we want. Yeah, let's take Katora. Let's swap our party order. Maria's not doing much front anyway, so we'll do this. I'll just put Gwyn last so that clicking her S3 is a bit more comfortable. We go into the ruler, and at this point, we fight the ruler because we're strong enough. And when I say strong enough, we're not, so we're running away. Where did it spawn? Okay, it spawned over there. I think we're going to manually just walk over to the bottom right side. And that's okay. We'll just take the ramping effect. More coins. We'll go down here. And I'll just do this. If you have Olivier, you might not want that book. So do keep that in mind. We don't want to tank too much miasma. Currently, we will be tanking a little bit, I think. Not if we go like this, but then 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's fine. We'll just be as efficient as we can. Okay, this goblin sucks. You're too scared to use Olivier? Oh, okay. Olivier's really good. We always kill this guy. Never pay money. Why pay money when you can get it for free? We'll go this way because we can get a free fight here. Party members gain all character types. Extremely good guidebook. We pick that. I think we're strong enough to do the strong throw, but not right before the boss. Because the boss is going to require us to click buttons, and we don't want to use them here. So, let's go here. Challenge. Which one did we get? This is this triple attack one, right? Yeah, so this is fine. We just burst, unload, turn 1.
まだまだ遊び足りないよね。遠くに飛んでけ。王子様。半人前なんて言わせない。大丈夫。覚悟はできてる。逃がすか。そこ。逃がすか。そこ。逃がすか。そこ。
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Use 5 skills. Nah. I don't know how much damage this does, I'll be honest. We'll find out. Yeah, it's not that bad. Also, what happens to my double strike on Katura? Oi.
動けない。そこ。痛えな。
Okay, Monkey will heal us now.
ここから反撃だよ。もっと楽しまないと。飛燕如意体解剖。飛燕如意体解剖。
Win single attack, really? Alright, anyways. First battle. We get our summon here. Upon attacking, when all allies are almost knocked out, charge bar, bonus CM. Unfortunate. I think we'll take this. Doesn't help us right now, but in the future, I'll take wedges. Heimdallr is okay. It's mainly just a somewhat easier fight to do. We would have to wrap around, go like this through here, get the shop, and then we don't really have an exit path. So I think I'll ignore it for now. Right now we're heading for this shop. You finished a water odious grind, kinda. We'll do this. Happens to be a little bit of extra damage. Amplify all allies' damage based on the amount of times an event space has been reached. This one's okay. Okay. I think I'd rather character and weapon though. So let's go here. You have Olivier, you mentioned her, so I'll pick her. I will pick up the 50 gold for the HP book. I'm gonna wrap around like this and then come down. But this one, we just take this. You just take the gold. We're not strong enough to beat him anyways, we just take the money. Miasma approaches. Okay, it's right on top of us. That's fine. Okay, at this point, I will take the top one. Like, I think this is a reasonable spot to take it. We've been offered it twice. You always take it if it's offered. It depends on your grid. The less HP you have in your grid, the more you need it, right? So, we'll take this now. So, we're at 1 HP. We have Monkey in our team. I'm going to move Olivier here just in case we do need to fight. We won't need to, though. Retreat. Mm-hmm. The question is, does this guy kill us? Probably not if we do this. I'm being greedy here. I don't want to click Olivier 3. Yeah, you know what? It's fine. Let's just click it. I'm not going to be using her properly anyways. Not yet. Alright, so now we're here. We've got the all races. We take the Echo. I think I would have picked that regardless anyways there. This is one extra spot for one event space. We've got the miasma coming in anyway, so we're going to be hanging around here a lot. Alright, copy a guidebook. Here, we copy the good one. Our backline died. We copy this one here. If you get a chance to copy this, you just do, I think. Unless you have another really, really good book that you want to copy. Let's just click our buttons here. I wish I kept the dark haze for this. We are a little on the weaker side. We do have... Maybe I should have kept this from the last fight. That might have been a mistake to use it. We'll see. It's going to take a couple turns, but it'll be worth it. At least I think so. Losing the Maria backline hurts. Also, we got blinded. Taking a lot more turns than I'd want here. This blind hurts. So we'll push here. It comes down to if Monkey dies. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Slight disaster. Tokon's getting a lot of negative reviews. Okay, we underestimated this fight, huh? It comes down to performance. Performance issues. Okay, our mistake was using the Olivier in the fight before. That was our big mistake. We should not have used that there. Don't worry, team. We can make it. We can't make it, by the way, I think. Yeah, we used too many resources on that one bird, which definitely did not need it. That was the issue. We would have been completely fine otherwise. Oh well, that was misplay. Oh well. Let's go again. I don't know if I like the grid. Grid felt quite weak. Any reason you take the nuke over the chaser? I found the nuke to be nice. Maybe chaser's better though. I think burst refrain's good. Maybe I drop demonic. Especially because you can start with the crests. And then like getting the double crests, getting the double strike doesn't sound too bad. It won't take too long. Do you take double do you take the other one as well? The other, do you take this one? No, I do the 3 you have on Earth right now. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's try this. Set out anyways. Alright, this run. Cathedral bad. I don't like Cathedral. Okay, we've got the shop again. Alright, we respect the shop this time. I did not respect it. TP there takes us to down here. Yeah, sure. Summon cooldowns become 1 turn. So free buffs every turn. Spear melee. Got the monkey. Take the monkey again, sure. I would consider some other characters probably there. Like Poseidon or... The Frozen Tower is the best. Frozen Tower is very good, yeah. Cult. Cult is okay. Unseal a weapon, gain a Kasugai book. I just do this. And if you get that's fine. If you get the 30 hits immunity, then shit sucks. Can we make it here? I don't think so. I think we go around like this. We'll just take the Ellie skill, I think. The pull for this isn't that great. This is fine. I mean, it covers Gwyn at the moment. Gwyn and MC. I think both of these are fine. You know what? I'll take this. I think this is better. Library is always a skip. I hate the library. We'll pick up all members gain weapon types. I think here we're just looking to hang around the top and then work our way towards the bottom for this later. Library should give you like 6 options for how much time investment it is. Yeah, I think so. Lich I always attack. Yeah, this is all sort of whatever. I guess we'll just take the top. Skill cap's nice. This one requires 3 battles to get rid of. We have 1, 2, 3 here. We're strong enough. I think we take this. Okay, sure. It's not a bad effect either, even if we aren't able to clear it. So this is based on curses, and this is just normal. We do this because, you know, if we get rid of our curses, then it feels bad. That being said, I don't know. Debuffs can't miss. I think we will get rid of it, probably. Um, 5 crests, easy pick there. We haven't had a shop, but there are some shops bottom right. Sure, I guess. Okay, we've got the 2-turn reduction to skill cooldowns, which is very nice. Let's pick up our second gospel here. I think Dinger is next. I want to go this way. We'll pick up the shop in a second. The old woman, a granny. I don't know if we'll be doing any of these. We just pick whatever. Allies attacks won't miss. This lets us pick the miss guidebook later. We'll take it. Amplify. This is a faster shop. This is less dead nodes. Boss is gonna spawn soon. Annoying. Okay. You take me here into the miasma. Wow, that's really bad positioning. I think we do this. Probably should have gone for the shop. Does anybody know if I need to buy both Relink and the DLC to get bubs? You have to have Endless Ragnarok, which means you would need the base game, right? So I believe the answer is yes.
I don't value any of them too much, so we'll just pick that one. Play with the bird. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, good event. Do you have Octavia? And pick Ilsa here as well. You have Octavia? I'll pick Octavia.
よし、ここは私に任せな。
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll go here. Unfortunately, a bunch of dead nodes. We'll take the rigger. Let's just use this now. You know, it's probably better to save the burst refrain for second turn, by the way. So that we get the double strike on the next turn. I think it's still more damage to click it now, so I think we do it. Mm-hmm. Looking a fair amount better this time. We get the shield guidebook. I'm taking it. I like it too much. Alright, so we're in a really shitty spot. I think we just wrap around the outside. I think that's best. But yeah, the shield guidebook with the monkey means that every fight we're at full HP. So we get our shield, and then we'll kill this fight. I probably should have clicked Octavia here. Okay, definitely should have clicked Octavia. And then, yeah, we're at full HP. And you don't need to actually see this turn here for that to happen. I think Flurry is better for us. Almost certain. So every fight we lose HP, every fight we do this. Since we didn't one-shot, I'll do this time. Okay, that should be enough. Alright, now we get more stuff.
Okay, Miasma's on the other side.
そう
We'll pick up the Ruberite. It feels so bad when you get Settlements and you don't have it.
からね
This
装備の
should probably pick one of the bottom ones. We'll see if we get Olivier. Bow staff. We'll probably take also here. Did we get weapon specialty this one? Yeah, we did. Okay, so let's take Ilsa.
買わなきゃ損損
銃の準備はでき
And then we'll take the HP.
ご購入
Finish shopping. Ilsa comes to the front. We'll chuck Win backline. So our goal here is to go here into the into the event, the shop event, and then to get to the TP. Take the bottom one. Baha. I really want the money. I really want the money. We take the money. It's greedy. We're gonna heal to full. We'll just put Maria front and then full heal that way. That counts as miasma? What do you mean?
もっと強かったら
It was away from us. Hello, it was so far away. The miasma was like over here. Event fights mean you get 2 steps. Yes, I realize that now. One from moving and then one from the... That's so dumb. Lost to the special shop twice. I cannot believe this. All right, but either way, we were looking quite strong there, right? I think we can all agree on that. So, so you get the idea. Anyways, to improve the grid, I would definitely put in ODS weapons. ODS weapons are really good here. Like, I think all 3 of these can be ODS weapons and it'd be a lot better. Obviously try to get your destroyer at some point. That would help. Not that big, but yeah. I think the biggest improvement you can make right now is Odious. These swords, they give HP, they give amp, and they give attack. It's nice. And yeah, don't be as greedy as I was with Super Baha. Just move on there. Or you do it and you learn for next time, right? You go through and see what I got farmed for Odious, yeah. I think the Lucy can be a much better summon too, personally. I didn't put Justice in, but yeah. I guess I have the Justice Wonder, so for me it doesn't do much. If you have Yatima, I think that's fine. Tetra's good. Even 0-star Tetra. A couple improvements you can make here. I don't know if Wizard Origin is like the best. I think it works fine. I think Lancer is a consideration too. I think Wizard is better than Lancer though, at least in this mode, because you don't have to like work for it that much. All right, chat. I need to leave. Look, I would do another one, but I have to leave. I have to go teach. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll be back at not 9 AM GST tomorrow. I'm teaching. It's Saturday. I'll be back in the afternoon, probably around this time or a little later, and tomorrow is summer stream. So hopefully you guys are all excited for that. I'll see you guys later. No FE3H, we got wrapped up in GBF today. It happens. So I will catch you guys later. Have a great rest of your day, morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. And I'll see you guys later. Goodbye. Bye-bye. See you guys tomorrow for GBF summer stream. Be there or be square, whatever the term is. Bye.